what is the purpose of us hearing this?
We'll see how, oh,
You're on.
I'm on. Okay, everyone. Welcome to the April 14, 2021 meeting of the Pelham Conservation Commission. I need to read a statement about public meeting compliance during the pandemic before we start. This is a checklist to ensure meetings are compliant with the right to know law during the state of emergency. This is the 4/14/2021 Conservation Commission meeting. As acting chair of the Conservation Commission, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that the meeting will be held at Sherburne Hall should anyone choose to attend in person. However, participants may also participate remotely, which is authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. In accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that we are, A, providing public access to the meeting by telephone with additional access possibilities by video or other electronic means. We are utilizing Zoom for this electronic meeting. All members of the commission have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to the contemporaneously listen and participate in this meeting by dialing the following phone number: 646-876-9923, or by entering this website address, www.zoom.us, selecting Join Meeting and entering the meeting ID and password listed below. The meeting ID number is 896-1110-7272. The passcode to the meeting is 901254. Please provide your first and last name to the attendant. B, providing public notice of the necessary information for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing the meeting, including how to access the meeting using Zoom or telephonically. Instructions have also been provided on the town website, www.pelhamweb.com, on the Conservation Commission page. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem, please call 603-508-3089 or email at jgreenwood@pelhamweb.com. D, adjourning the meeting if the public is unable to access the meeting. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. That would be the people that are attending through Zoom. Need to specify that. Brandy, could you take roll call, please?
Sure. Dennis Hogan.
Here.
Al Stewart.
Here.
Karen McKay.
Here.
Louise Delahunty.
Here.
Ken Stanvik.
Here, impressed, alone.
Brandy Shido here. Paul Gagnon, Mike Gendro, Lisa Lysigian, and Kara Cubit absent.
Okay. So I also want to appoint Dennis Hogan and Al Stewart as voting members for tonight, because we are down several members that are absent. We have one item on the agenda tonight. which is map 24, lot 12-44-4, 96 Mulberry Lane. Discussion of an after-the-fact variance for an in-ground swimming pool within the WCD. The presentation will be by Greg Holt of Aquatime Pools. John Lazowski, the Code Compliance Officer of the Town of Pelham, will explain the procedures the applicant followed to obtain a pool permit and the impact to the WCD from the pool installation. Following that, we'll do walk-in minutes and adjourn. Okay, so just before we start, I just want to specify so that the public's aware. Construction has already begun on this project. A stop work order was issued in November because a letter of complaint was sent to the town that the work was being done in the WCD and possibly spilling down into the wetland. The applicant is before us tonight to present their case. They're looking for a recommendation from the commission to send to the Zoning Board of Adjustment because they need to apply for a variance to work in the WCD. I'm not sure whether they have applied for the variance yet or not. We'll hear from the applicant, Mr. Holt of Aquatime Pools, and then we will hear from Mr. Lazowski, the Code Compliance Officer for the town. Members, if we could, I would like both men to finish their presentations before we start asking questions, as some of our questions may be answered as we hear from each of them. Please interrupt if you cannot hear or do not understand what is being said, but let's allow the presenter to finish their comments, other than for like housekeeping reasons that you can't hear what they're saying or something like that. After that, we'll open it up to the commission and the public. So, Mr. Holt, do you want to come forward, please, and introduce yourself and present the case?
Madam Chair, where do I sit?
Right there would be good, because that camera, that thing right there, that little head there, it's like a camera. So if you have photographs or anything you want to show,
I do have some things, yes.
okay. You can, they'll arrange the camera for you if you
Okay,
put
I
it
will
underneath or
arrange
whatever.
Things. On or about the end of November, we received...
Please introduce yourself.
Oh,
You
I'm
need to-
sorry.
you need to-
Gregory Holt, lead designer, sales from Aquatime Pool and Spa. On or about the last week of November, we received a stop work order on the pool project at 96 Mulberry Lane. We had at that point completed installation of the pool shell itself and backfill. And we had brought on some extra fill to try to mediate the grade. A lot of the excavation was ledge, so it left a lot of voids. So a lot of the fill that was brought in was subterranean in nature. At the point that we received the stop work order, we stopped. I spoke with Mr. Lazowski via email a couple of times, and as soon as we got the stop work order the next morning, I met with Mr. Lazowski and Mr. Accomando, and we put in silation controls and hay bales and silt fence and hay to hold down a silation control for erosion. At that point, we reached out to the state. Neil Bilodeau from NHDES came out, sent out a letter on December 9th, which I have with me, and I believe it was also sent to the Conservation Commission as well, going over and trying to figure out if we had actually gone into the wetland itself. On the first page, it says, highlighted in second paragraph, would be no violations were found within the area subject to NHDES jurisdiction. We had not actually gone into the wetland, which was good. And we were glad we didn't do that. It is recommended that erosion and sediment controls remain in place and are maintained until the slope adjacent to the jurisdictional wetland is stabilized with vegetation. All of that is still there right now, as per his wishes. And then on the fourth page, lines 7 and 8, one of the things that Mr. Bilodeau noted through GPS and measuring is that the location in toe of slope is consistent with the visible edge of the clearing in 2005. And the location of pool does appear to be mostly in what was previously maintained lawn. However, we do acknowledge that the pool is within the wetlands, the WCD, 100%. It was done with no nefarious intent. Human error in measuring off of the house is why it was located in that space. And what we're basically looking at, or looking for right now, is recommendation, direction to remediate the current situation, though it is stable and the pool is in what was previously a lawn, for lack of a better term. However, entering and exiting with the vehicles through the yard, previously there was a remediation action in 2007 which added trees. Some of those trees were destroyed going in and out of the yard, with the understanding that they would be replaced as they were in 2007. I think that would be pretty much everything I have to present at this time. Would you like me to put these papers up so you can see them, or?
Yeah, if
Okay,
you
sorry, I
have
wasn't-
photos, if you have
Yeah, I
other
wasn't-
information that you want to
I
show.
just wasn't
it's fine.
sure.
They'll figure it out. When you set it down there, they'll figure out how to get.
Upside, other way around, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, for pictures?
they're not gonna we can't see that clearly, but if there's photos or something.
I
that
do
you-
have some other photos that the homeowner has provided. I was gonna figure out where I put them, sorry.
Because I believe that I have that, and
I
we
think so,
did
that
get,
report.
we did get it, it was like circulated to members, like on the computer. I went down and got a copy, a harder copy for myself so I could see it. But we have the letter that, we got the letter from December 10th that says that, they've opened a complaint of possible violations. That was December 9th of 2020. And then in February, this may be the letter that you're speaking of, they inspected, on January 5th, they inspected the property to see if there was problems in the jurisdictional wetland, and it says they took some measurements, and then they said no violations were found within any area subject to DES's jurisdiction. As a result, DES will not take jurisdiction over the matter at this time. However, any impacts within the WCD are subject to local regulations and enforcement, which is what we're here to discuss
Correct.
tonight.
Correct.
So I want to make it clear you have not entered the wetland and had trouble with DES.
Correct.
So we have that letter, but if you wanted to show pictures of anything.
If you can give me just one moment.
You go ahead, take your time.
I have the pictures you gave me, sorry. Do you have the one with the dog? Yeah. So there's a picture of his dog standing in the area where the pool is currently, this way? Is that correct?
Yes, that looks right.
And then can I grab that again? Sorry. thanks.
So what is that brown area? I mean, it looks like some kind of mulch. Is that along, like, near the house, or is that toward the wetland area? Like,
On the side.
that's the side of the house?
So if this is the house right here,
Like off the driveway?
the garage is here, it goes straight this way here.
Okay, if you're gonna talk, you have to say who you are and stuff, or,
Sorry.
or, that's okay, that's fine.
I don't know how we do this, sorry, without. Ouch.
Hi, my name is Michael Accomando. I am the homeowner with my wife Karen Accomando at 96 Mulberry Lane.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the side of the house?
That right
The
there, if I was standing on our deck, taking a picture straight out across the yard, the grass is right in the middle of the yard, towards the back corner, in the mulch is just directly behind it. So if where my driveway is, if you went straight down my driveway and kept going straight, you would drive right into that mulch.
Okay, so is the wetland in question behind that, or is that like off to
No,
the
it would
side over
be
here? It's
That way,
not near
looking
there.
at the picture,
Okay,
right,
that's
that
fine.
way.
If I could just put up one more picture, it might.
Yes, definitely.
So, this picture, let me get it. There we go, thank you. So, the dog would be approximately, sorry, I'm gonna play with that, probably somewhere in this, oh, hold on. Left is right and right is left. In this picture here, and the mulch is over here.
Okay.
In this area, so it's kind of an angle. The wetland is obviously back in this area, here.
Yes.
And you can see the erosion controls, I'm trying to get there, right around here. And then I'm trying to see, there was one where you could see the rock too. Sorry. And this is back, I apologize, in the other direction, roughly standing almost where the mulch is, like if my boots were in the mulch, shooting back that way, towards the other side of, I'm trying to think of the name of the street that comes up next to Mulberry, right here. Shepherd.
Shepherd.
And the house would be to the left of this picture?
Correct, and the wetland would be to the right.
Okay. All right, so, since you guys you had an action in 2007, and now we're back, dealing with this tonight, I'd like to have Mr. Lazowski kind of come up and just go through the process of how the permit was obtained and, what you had to do that, and then he found the violation of the WCD, or he confirmed it, I'm not sure whether he initially found it, but he confirmed that that there is an issue with this pool being within the WCD. So I'd like him to come forward and present whatever he feels.
Yep.
But we will need you to, we're gonna want you to both answer questions, possibly, depending on what anyone.
Would you like me to just move down?
Yeah, because he's gonna need that camera to, just move over there, because,
No problem.
he'll need to show us if he has photos or whatever he has.
Yep.
There's also DES sent photos too. I'm sure you must have got that packet.
I have it attached in there as well. They're just black and white, so they're really hard to see.
Oh, mine are not black and white.
My printer only printed in black and white.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
have color ones.
So I don't know, John, if, Mr. Lazowski, if you have the photos that DES?
I do. Yes, ma'am.
So if you want to show, first go through and just kind of explain like how we got to this point, but then I would like to see these photos because some of them are a little jarring.
Sure.
And I think that should be in the public square.
On 11/19, I received a complaint that Mr. Accomondo's address, located at 96 Mulberry Lane, that there was a in-ground swimming pool being installed, possibly in the wetlands, but in the buffer, and that numerous trees have been taken down. I responded to the property. I observed, before I responded to the property, let me go back a second, I pulled the building file and I pulled the code file on the property. On August 12th, 2020, they issued a building permit for a swimming pool. The notes put on the swimming pool application and highlighted by the zoning administrator, Beauregard, stated that they were not to go into the wetlands, that they were to put in hay bales and fence on the downside slope, and that they were not to enter the wetlands at all, or the buffer zone with any materials, or any of the escarpment of the pool. Attached to this building permit was a drawing, familiar with zoning administrator Beauregard's work, and I will put this up for you to view, if you can see it. If I need to move it, let me know. But if you look at this photo right here, this photo is, Jen has the habit of filling it out, showing people where the buffer zone, which is the red, and then they did the measurements off each side, what they had to. This was submitted with the building permit showing that the pool would be completely outside the WCD, and thus showing that the pool could be installed outside the WCD
the permit was granted without needing a variance. They didn't have to go for one because they showed that the pool would be put there, outside the WCD. When I arrived, it was extremely clear to me that the pool was much further than, let's see, what their buffer was. Off the right rear corner, it was 24 feet to the buffer zone. At the farthest, it was 32 feet from approximately the center of the house, and then 20 feet off the left corner. It was obvious to me that the pool was completely in the buffer zone, and at the time, I thought it might have even been encroaching into the wetlands area. I ended up meeting Mr. Marcomando. He was surprised that the pool had been installed in the buffer zone. Going through the files, I learned that my predecessor, Mr. Wakefield, had been on the property in 2017 for them cutting into the wetland area, cutting down trees. During that time, Mr. Arcamando got a plan from Beaverbrook Environmental Consultants. It's too big for me to put up. This plan here showed that he needed to plant X amount of trees. He claimed it was done. He showed me photos. I believe him. I think he's been truthful with me, that he did whatever replanting Mr. Wakefield asked him to do. Unfortunately, Mr. Wakefield did not document if that was done or not, but I'll take his word for it, because the trees aren't there now, though. So whatever trees were planted. I was able to confirm through Meisner-Brehm Engineering that the trees were clearly marked, as you can see in this exhibit here. Oh, wrong way. Sorry about that. Clearly marked here. You can see the no-cut
Wait,
zone.
slow down because we haven't got the photos up yet.
That's okay, sorry about that.
Okay, yep, okay, go ahead.
Slow me down anytime you want.
No, I
Pretty
don't,
fast if you don't, I'm telling you
you'll be
now.
done and they won't have got them up yet, so, thank you.
They were clearly marked as a no-cut zone. This is what his backyard looked like in 2007. These photos were taken around that time. I believe that Mr. Arcamando, here's another set of photos from that same area. I believe that he cooperated with everything that Code Officer Wakefield asked him to do and replanted the trees. Unfortunately, they're not there. When I measured with the measuring wheel, I was concerned that they had encroached into the wetlands. I have a photo of the large body of water that is behind his house, and fortunately, he was not. That's why I told them that they had to go to New Hampshire DES before we could even move forward. I put an immediate stop work order on the project. I had them install silt controls and a snow fence around the pool, and they immediately did so. They've been cooperative at every step that I've asked them to do. This is a photo taken from the back of his house, which, when it comes up,
Is that,
this is the edge of the pool that you see.
can you
That's the
turn
body
the...
of water. Which way do you want it?
Turn the, I don't know.
We'll make it easier this way.
There you
okay?
go.
Yep, that's it.
That's the body of water that we're looking at. It's very large. They are not in it. I work with Neil Bilodeau from New Hampshire DES. He's very good at what he does. He stated that they have not encroached in the wetlands. It's all in our jurisdiction of the WCD. This photograph was taken by me, and we'll let it come up. This is where the pool is. This whole section of area is the WCD that you see is in. It's now devoid of whatever trees were there at the time. I don't have photographs of what was there prior to this happening, but as you can see, the trees are gone. And here's another photo I will put up, and we'll wait until it comes up.
Yep.
And this photo here is just from the backward angle, but you can see where the buffer zone is, and I will put up his buffer zone for you one more time to see it off the rear. But this is where the pool is currently now. Mr. Arcamando and Mr. Holt have offered to go and get a wetland scientist to recreate whatever they have to do to fix their error. But I told them, you got to get a variance, and zoning administrator Beauregard said it might be in their best interest to come see you before they did so. Just to put this back up, one more time. Oh, backwards again, man. I'm telling you. So now that that's come up, so where this pool is here that you see, it's actually somewhere in this area, which is completely into this buffer zone, the WCD buffer zone. The last photo that I will show you was supplied to me by New Hampshire DES, and this is what the property looked like directly behind the house. I apologize if this is a little messed up. This is what the property looked like in 2015. If you could see it, maybe I'll turn
Can
it.
you guys zoom up on that in any way?
I'll turn it
or-
up this way more. So this is
Okay.
what the house looked like in 2015, according to New Hampshire DES. The red line is the area where he's gone to. This is the body of water in their jurisdiction. Here's the house, and the swimming pool is this blue area. If you can kind of see it, it's kind of faint. But where my finger is where the swimming pool is. That complete area is the buffer zone, and these are the trees that were there in 2005. So, like I said, Mr. Arcimondo and Aquatine Pools have been cooperative, and they want to, fix the problem, and that's all my results in it. They haven't, like I said, they haven't given me a hard time over anything on it.
Okay.
Can I just add one note? The trees that are tagged by NHDES are still there. We were able to locate those. So all the tagged trees are still there. So we didn't take down any tagged trees. That was, I think, part of the confusion and human error actually at placing the pool where it was the excavation crew was using the tags as a guideline that were on the trees and did not touch those trees, but again, worked in that grassed area, which is where the pool does live.
What's the tag, I don't know about tag tree. What are you talking about, tag trees?
The tagged, for a host to get a CO in town that has a wetlands buffer in it, we require them to tag the trees. I'll show you a picture of it. You can zoom in.
Oh, you mean the WCD?
WCD.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right.
Do you need to see it? You know what it is?
No, I know what you're
Italian.
talking about.
I might have a smaller
didn't know what
version.
you meant by tagged, so there are trees in that, with that pool there that have those,
That are still there. They were not taken down. They worked within, they were using those as their guideline, basically. I'm looking to see if I do have a smaller version that we might be able to put up. That's that, sorry, that's that, this is the 2007 Beaverbrook engineering plan, which I was able to obtain from Town Hall here.
right.
So I highlighted on the side over there, those are the tagged trees.
In the yellow?
Yep.
In the yellow?
In the yellow, I highlighted those, and this plan is rather large, but if you're looking down at those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 large black dots, the pool actually is just on the inside of that, closer to the house. That's where it sits right now, as a point of reference. And again, I have that in a much larger plan, but I don't know if we'll be able to get it under the camera. We can try.
Well, I have a blow-up, it's not the whole plan, it's
Yeah.
just that corner.
No, all right.
There you go.
Thank you, John.
You need to take this, right here on the corner of this desk and turn that on, because we can't hear if you,
One right here?
yeah, but I don't think it's on. You gotta press, there's a button there.
I'm green. Right, so just, I went and measured out, so this is where the pool sits right now at this moment.
Could you like, I don't suppose you have like a Sharpie or something, and you could
If
kind of
some-
draw on it so that, because it's not visually.
I can darken it up, yep.
You cannot see it very well on camera, and this is a public meeting, so if you could just kind of outline the house, then draw maybe where the WCD is, because it is on this plan, and edge of wet or whatever.
So that's the pool you just did?
That's the pool.
Excuse me, that's an existing deck?
Yes, it came with the house when we moved in 2006.
And this line is the buffer. So it is completely in the WCD.
Yeah.
But just so we can maybe get a little bit better idea of the actual living location of it right now.
Okay, so
If
I
may-
know, go ahead.
I was just, if I may, looking at all of this, I'm looking at the plans. This was a plan that was done by Beaverbrook Environmental. When they did this plan, and I met with Tom, because I met with Tom several times out at the site, we do have dogs, we do have children. At the time, I asked Tom, I said, Tom, if we planted 14 trees, could I remove the plants that were right in the middle of the yard so they wouldn't get destroyed or get chewed up by the dogs? And he 100% at that time agreed to that, as long as we put in the 14 trees. If you go through some of his notes after we had our conversation, every note that he emailed me after that was just strictly a conversation about, are the trees planted again, are the trees planted again? For some reason, all the documentations weren't completed. Tom came back to the house. I had hired Santastic Landscaping, who happened to be the town landscaper at the time, because that's who Tom said, you could talk to this person about doing the tree work for you. And Brian came out and he did that. I have all the amounts that I did and put in, because I just want to make sure that everybody understands that the yard that's there, like this,
Pull it down. There you go.
this is a picture, I'm sorry, this is a, over here.
The microphone. There you go.
This is the, this is a picture, can you hear me?
Yep.
This is a picture of the yard, probably taken 8 years ago. Our yard has always been the same since I met with Tom. The trees that we planted, which, as you heard from Aquatime, those all got removed at the time, which we have every intention of putting back. These are them here. You can see the trees that were there. The reason they were removed, the only way to get the dump trucks and the excavators in there were to have those removed to be able to get the trucks into the backyard. And here's more of them that you can see. Another photograph of more of the shots. These just happen to be trees that I had pictures of them, you know, in our records. This is another one here, because when I was out there with Tom, because I had asked him at the time, Tom, if all these 14 trees get planted where they are, could we still leave some of the front open so we could look at our entire yard? The property is, I think, 2.3 acres, and it goes all the way back to the opposite side of these wetlands. And again, at the time, Tom had no issue when we were in the backyard, as long as those 14 trees were replaced and they were in our yard, he considered that acceptable, and I met the intent of what was supposed to be done to replace. So the pictures that you saw with the dog again, this is how the yard has been ever since, you know, Tom had come out and we had met with Tom. The family's been there just like this. Nothing has changed other than those 14 trees. Unfortunately, there's only 3 left were taken down, but my wife and I still have every intention. We made an agreement with Tom and we're going to keep that. Those were all going to come back up because, again, we like the privacy in our yard also. We agreed to it. We made a mistake back then, and we rectified that with Tom.
Karen, Ken Stanvick, a question.
Yes, Ken?
Could you please just say what position Tom had at the time with the town? What was his position and what was his authority?
Did he ask me
He,
that?
he, I
did
think
my-
he was
he did my
code
job.
enforced.
He was code enforcement, he did my job.
So, okay.
Too high
So
level.
Tom was in a position to enforce code, not to interpret code, is that correct?
You want to slide? Let me slide over so I can get into the mic. Sorry.
He wasn't there to write the rules, if you will.
He's not here to write the rules, but we do have leeway when I deal with wetlands violations. I don't know what I would have done on Tom's case. I can't comment. I wasn't there.
Okay.
I'm dealing with a subject right now. I'll give you an example. On a different road, he's removed maybe 5 or 6 trees, 50 foot off of one of the brooks. I'm making him replant 6 large trees. That's my judgment that I took to do. Instead of taking him to court to do it, I used my judgment on how I would enforce what happened there. So that's...
I think you've answered my question, thank you.
I can't.
Thank you.
Guys. Hey, shh, we can't hear. Okay,
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you.
that's okay. No, I don't question, like he says, he trusts that when you got the enforcement action before, he said plant trees, you paid somebody to come up with this plan, you had somebody landscape. I'm not questioning you on that. I believe you did that.
May I ask one clarifying question about that?
Again, yes.
Just, when you replanted those trees, did you put the wetland signs back on those trees?
There were no wetland signs on those trees there. The wetland signs, in what Beaverbrook said, they weren't all across the yard. What they found were some of them were 10 to 12 feet from the water, some of them were 25 feet from the water. They were all over the place because there weren't any right there. If there were, if Tom had said so, we would have put anything up. I did what he told me to do.
And to add to that,
Thank
to clarify on your question too, per this plan and the markings on this plan, those trees are all still there and their tags are all still on them.
Understood.
So those weren't touched.
Thank you.
Go Al.
The tags that are still on the trees, does that denote the edge of the WCD?
Just a moment.
Hang on.
I think, Andrew, I think might want to speak. I don't know.
Oh, all right.
I don't, can he speak? He's asking me, but I don't know the answer to the question.
What
I'm
is the
sorry.
question, Jim?
Andrew
Wait
Proman,
a second.
yeah, his name is Andrew Proman. He is my attorney.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, hang on a second. Al just asked a question.
Okay,
Does-
let's go back.
Sorry, Al.
No problem.
So
You said there were still tags on trees.
yes, sir.
Okay. Do those tags denote the edge of the WCD?
I believe it says exactly what, I'm
Were
sorry.
those the trees that were put in as remediation?
Negative. Those trees were, I believe, and I'm taking a professional, educated guess at this,
Swag.
were existing prior to this year and probably prior to 2007. My educated guess would be that the Beaverbrook Environmental either tagged those or the town did during the construction of the actual development. So it says on the tags, wetland buffer marker, and that's what it says, and it says wetland buffer marker found.
Is that denoted at all on the drawing that you have over there by Beaverbrook?
It is, and I just have a smaller version here in front of me.
Are they any of the trees that you're talking about that were planted?
Are they
other trees?
they're other trees? Those, so they were not, I believe the trees that, and Mr. Accomando can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, the trees that are marked are trees that have been marked since we got there. None of those trees that were planted ever had markers on them. Nobody ever put
Okay.
markers or asked me to put markers on there.
All right, you bought the property in 2006,
Yes,
and there was a reason for remediation in 2007?
yes, when we moved in, I'm sorry, do you have another question?
No, go ahead.
Yes, when we moved in at that time, we had asked, could we have trees removed in the yard? And the broker at the time had said to us, well, the construction company's already moved on, this is your responsibility to take down trees. We hired a company not knowing at the time anything about a buffer or anything like that. We didn't know anything about it. So when the company came out and removed the trees, that's when Tom Wakefield came to the house. And that's when I learned about the buffer and everything else at that time. And then that's when I worked with Tom over the course of the next year with hiring Beaverbrook Environmental and then hiring the company, coming to an agreement with Tom and putting all the trees up that he wanted us to put up. I also have a letter from the town, or not a letter, but just a statement that says that in 2013, the case was then closed. So at some point, Tom came out, there must be a record, there had to be something somewhere that says that he saw, everything that we did, just so you know, it wasn't just left in the wing. I mean, there's plenty of emails that show Tom calling me, Michael, how about the trees, what are you doing? So we went back and forth, and then finally everything was put to bed. He never came back out, nobody ever called again and said you did something wrong. At that time, we lived our lives like I showed you with the pictures of the backyard, the way it was.
Yep. So the reason for remediation was the fact that trees were cut after you bought the property?
Yes.
As of this minute, there are still WCD tags on some trees?
Yes, on the trees that were there when we first moved in, yes.
So the developer must have put WCD tags on trees that denoted the boundary?
At the time, yes, I would assume that's what those were.
I have a...
So you must have cut down trees that had tags on them?
I didn't, again, I hired a company to come out, I didn't see any tags, nobody brought any tags to my attention. When Tom was out there, he didn't say to me, this tree has a tag or that tree has a tag. I did not see any tags, and I would assume the company that we hired, if they had seen tags, they would have stopped immediately right there also, I would assume.
But the developer set up trees with tags on them denoting the boundary?
They were both off to the side of the property. If you were in my backyard, you wouldn't see those, they weren't there. You'd have to leave my property, go off of the driveway, and then go into the woods, and then you can see them there. Some of them are 10 feet away from the wetlands, some of them are 15 feet, some of them are 20, so they zigzag through.
So what initiated the requirement for remediation?
It was in 2007. Yes, in 2007 is when we cut down trees, and then Tom came out, and then that's when we put the 14 trees up.
Why did Tom come out? Somebody told him you cut trees?
The neighborhood was still being developed at the time.
Yeah.
So somebody may have called Tom, or he may have been driving through looking at another site or something. I came home and there was a business card in my, on the side of the garage that said to call. I called, and then that's how he and I and our communication started. And then he called the tree company and had a conversation with the tree company.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hang on, I got an answer to, that in September of '06 is when they put the WCD signs up. I have a notice of that, so that's when the signs went up. Now, whether they were in the backyard and they cut, the person that he hired cut them down, I don't know, but they were there 2006.
When did you buy the house?
2006.
What
We
It was a
moved in,
new development.
Yes,
It was a new development at the
Yeah, it was a
time.
brand-new development. It was, we moved in October.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I gotta get Dennis in, and then does your attorney, does
He
he have
just-
something to add?
No, he just wanted to make sure that it was documented on the town slip that it says that the case was closed.
Yes,
with
I have a notice that.
All right,
that-
thank you.
I went through the file. I just didn't know if he had something to add. You're the applicant,
Mm-hmm.
he's your representative. If he has something to add, I'm more than willing to have him
Mm-hmm.
say whatever he wants to say.
No, I believe we're good. I believe that he would, I think he's online watching right now, so.
Yeah, I can see him. If he's going to have to,
Raise his
flag
hand.
something if he
Okay.
wants to add anything to this, but right now I'm going to go to Dennis, and he can,
I guess he's trying to speak right
He
now,
wants
the
to
gentleman
speak?
said.
all right, let me go to Dennis, because he's been waiting, and let him ask his question, and then we'll go to your attorney.
So I have two questions. One, how many trees, am I correct in assuming that you put a picture up of trees that had to be removed so the construction equipment could get out there to do the work on the pool?
Yes.
Were those trees the trees that were planted as part of the WCD remediation?
Yes, those are the ones that were the trees that we put up after we met with Tom, and we have every intention, and had every intention of replanting all of those trees again.
How many trees?
Right now, there's 3 left, so it'll be 11 trees we're going to
Trees
replant.
taken, okay.
Yes.
Second question, if the pool had been properly placed according to the way the application reads, how close would it have been to the back of the house?
I'm not positive. I think that would be more of a question. It would be very close to the house.
I believe it was drawn as 15 to 20 feet. I don't have it in front of me. I believe it's on the smaller drawing over there, 15 to 20 feet off of the house.
Okay.
And I think that is also part of the human error issue. What we had was a foundation plan, and the pool is actually measured off of the deck, which is what moved it this way towards the wetland.
So the distance is off by the amount of the width of the deck?
Dennis, move forward, I can't hear
So
you.
the distance is off by the width of the deck?
Yes, so the pool, instead of being approximately 15 to 20 feet off of the foundation, is 15 to 20 feet off of the deck, which is what placed us directly into the WCD.
Okay, let me get the attorney in. Jim, can you get the attorney?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
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 Madam Chair, members of the commission, good evening. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Andy Perlman. I'm an attorney with Prunier and Perlman of Nashua on behalf of Michael and Karen Accomando. Folks, you can see that we have just a plain human error. No one's denying that we have the pool in the WCD. Michael and Karen Accomando years ago worked with Tom Wakefield to resolve the tree cutting incident, and we just want to make sure that you recognize that Tom Wakefield, the code enforcement officer, declared that that case was closed. And so we're looking to make the best of a difficult situation, and we're looking for your suggestions and guidance as we move forward. If you can recommend certain plantings, if you can recommend shrubbery or trees or those type of things to stabilize, that's what we're requesting from you folks tonight. Obviously none of us would want to be here, but you heard Mr. Holt say, his guys just plain mistake moving off the deck and not the house. And so we're trying to make the best of a difficult situation. So we would appreciate your input as we go move on to the zoning board. Thank you.
Are you all set, Mr. Perlman? Are you all set?
I am for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Karen, could I raise a point?
Wait a minute,
Ask a
Ken,
question?
Brandy has a question. Can you wait a second? Go ahead, Brandy.
Thanks, Karen. So moving away from the incident in 2007, bringing us here into the present, so you planted those trees, saw the pictures, I believe you planted those trees, case was closed, excellent. So you were aware that those trees were in the WCD?
I knew that they were in the buffer, yes.
Correct, the Conservation District WCD buffer?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the WCD is a no-cut, no-disturb zone?
I've learned that I was under the impression at the time that it was okay to bring those down as long as they went back up because of the fact that they needed to get the equipment into the yard to be able to do the work that they had to do as long as they were replaced and put back the way that they were before.
Unfortunately, I don't think that's the case. I would have hoped that as soon as those trees came down, you would have said, whoa, those are in the WCD, we can't take those down. Why do we need that? Because the pool should be out of the WCD. Okay, so I understand the mistake there, thank you. And just for clarification, we understand the pool is 100% within the WCD at this point. How close is it to the actual wetland?
There is a measurement, if you just give me a second.
You know what, while he's looking for that,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's fine, take your time. I don't want to, I want to.
I think I have the best possible answer with what we have
Okay,
from Mr. Bilodeau's report. Says field measurement of distance from edge of pool to top of slope is roughly 11 feet. And then he goes on to say that location of toe and slope seem to be consistent with visible edge clearing as of 2005 imagery. That's the best we have here. We can go out there and take a measurement.
So you think it's about 10, 11 feet
It's
from
11
the edge of the wetland?
No, it's 11
Edge of
feet from the
top
top
of
of the
slope.
original slope of,
The
from
original slope.
2005.
Okay.
It's about 25, I think it's about 25 feet to be about
From the
fair
water?
till you get to the water.
Educated guess, I would agree.
Roughly
Without,
25 feet, give or take.
Okay, thank you.
so does that mean that the edge of the pool that's toward the house is basically right on the WCD line? Because the pool's about 20,
It's very close.
okay,
When you measure it, because the WCD is curved,
yeah, right.
it's very close when you measure off to the line. Correct.
Yeah, because the pool's about 21 or 22 feet wide, and if it's 25 feet from the wetland, then it's basically almost to the edge of the WCD.
That is correct.
All right, so just Brandy, to Brandy's question, I wonder if you could take this blow-up that I have and show us which trees, because this has got the WCD line on it, if you could take this and put it under that, yeah, but I can't see that at all. Just put it under that camera and show us which trees are the ones that you cut in order to get to the back of the house.
Shrink it down.
Okay, just show us like this, show us the house and stuff and where the WCD line is, just so that, all right, that's good, don't shrink it anymore, it's good.
Here's the house here. This, is that the WC?
Yep.
This is the WC here.
Okay,
Now, again, the plan that was worked out with Tom, 1, 2, 3, 4, these trees were never installed. Everything started here, and we went this way with all the trees, and then planted 4 more trees here. So the 14 trees went this way, and then went this way here.
okay, that's fine.
The trees, there's 3 trees still remaining here, and right here, these trees that were all there, they came down because the house at the time, the yard had a slope, and the dump truck was almost falling over into the trees there. So those came out so they could build themselves a dirt path to be able to get up to that area there. So I was gonna do exactly what Tom had said, and I was gonna start here again and come all the way around the perimeter of the yard and plant the entire row back up again, you know, where the edge of the dirt is again.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, just to understand why we came in the way we did. So his driveway is at the top of that picture to the right. There's a buried propane tank, and the tagged wetland trees are straight ahead off of it. So we could not go through that way. We saw those tags. And then to come down lower, because the tree's hooked under, it was beginning, if we did not go the way we went, we ran the risk of possibly going into the wetland again on the other side.
You just evaluated the situation and felt that that was a better entrance to the backyard.
It was, in that, at
was
that
a-
moment, it was better than putting a
was more-
triaxle into a pond.
Okay,
Yes.
so it was more, it seemed a more reasonable, I'll take your word for that.
It was safer, and again, we measured off the wetlands marker is there, we measured 50 feet off of that.
Thank
The
you.
bottom, if you look at that bottom corner, it says wetlands marker found, and it's still there.
Okay. So, well, let me go to Ken, because he was after Brandy. Ken, did you have another question?
I've got a question. I just don't understand how so many errors could occur on the same property. Starting in 2007, there was a wetland violation, as I understand it. It was observed to be closed in 2013. Then I understand there was something else that took place in 2017, if I'm not incorrect on that observation.
Nothing else took place other than 2007 was the only time that something took place.
So no trees were put in 2017?
No, 2007 is when everything
Okay,
took
never-
place. It was rectified in 2008, and then we're here where we are right now.
Okay, so it was clear where the WCD was, okay, early on in the game. Then we had a building permit that was taken out for the pool, and it was, the location of the pool and the building permit was certainly outside of the WCD, correct? As originally agreed to on the building permit?
That's correct.
Okay, and now we have a pool, where we have trees cut down in the WCD, which is a no cut, no disturb, as was pointed out. And now we have a pool that's in the WCD. Is that a correct chronology of events?
Yes, so the only thing to add to that would be is the building permit states that no equipment or any part of the pool would be into the WCD. That's clearly printed
Well,
on
thank you
the
for
building
Thank you
permit.
for the clarification.
Yeah, not a problem.
So I guess my question is it logical to assume that all of these, I'll call it, situations occurred and the end result was that the pool ended up in the wrong place? Or how did that, I'm just having trouble getting my hands around all of these occurrences of, gee, I made a mistake happen, where the building permit clearly said where the pool should have gone, and it wasn't in the WCD. So I'm just confused, I guess. Somebody want to tell me how that could happen, knowing that where the WCD was to begin with back in the 2007 days, and knowing that you can't really you shouldn't put a pool in the WCD.
Member Stanvic, speaking in terms of the excavation crew, using the marked trees as our guideline, and then, again, there was human error. There was an incorrect measurement. Instead of measuring off of the foundation, the pool was measured off of a deck, which in the application, if you look at the application, there was no deck on that application, and that was the plot plan that was provided when the application was put in. There's
I can
human error.
confirm the deck was not on the application.
Speaking in terms of the excavation crew, that was how the error was made.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Louise, did you have something to
Yeah,
ask?
I agree with Ken, and some of those points he brought up are just what I was going to say. How does a tree company, they're not with the Better Business Bureau, I guess, if they can come in and see markers on the trees and cut down the trees that are marked Wetlands Conservation District?
I don't think anyone cut down any trees that had markers on them. So all the markers from the original plan that I was given in 2020, all those trees are still there. Those aren't gone. So I would assume, and again, this is making an assumption from Beaverbrook Environmental, that they, according to the plan, confirmed that those trees were there, and those trees were marked in 2006. So, and again, I was not involved in 2007, but I don't believe that any marked trees were taken down in 07 either. I think all the marked trees are present, accounted for, in delineating the wetlands buffer zone.
Okay, and I was going to say, it's kind of sad, you want an underground pool, but perhaps an above ground move closer to the house, and the deck could have served really as a way to enter the pool, come in and out. But with little children, you want the fences and everything, but now I'm thinking, is this pool where do you go from here? Is it filled? You can't use it right now, or?
No, we stopped, basically, the pool is essentially complete, it needs a plaster finish and water.
Okay, I was gonna say, I had one pool, and it was in, what you call it, the water content was in the soil. It was like the water table. And we consistently had the hydrostatic valve would pop up because the ground was too wet. Are you planning ahead for anything like this? Is the pool company installing?
All pools in New England are built with hydrostatic valves and
But
anti-vortex main drains.
This is built in WCD, which
But-
in very close to the wetlands. What happens to the soil? Have you tested anything underneath it, or?
I will tell you, when I can show you a video of the soil, there is no soil underneath that pool. There is, except what we put there. That was solid ledge. There was not a drop of water, there was not a drop of anything, it was rock. Lots and that, hence, most of the fill that was brought in was to fill in the voids from breaking out the rock, actually. A lot of times when you take out ledge, I don't know how much anyone has experience with, it's not like, cutting something or carving something out, you end up with large voids. So a lot of the fill that came in, as consistent with the NHDES report says, we really didn't change the grade from 2005. A lot of what we brought in was to fill in rock holes in the bottom. There was no sand, there was no material. If there was, we would have used it, or not taken it out at all, or brought any in.
So did you have to blast to put it in?
No, we were able to, it was very shaly, and so a lot of it broke up, and we had to truck it out, hence the truck coming in and out several times with a lot of rock material.
Now, what protection did you have for the edges that were, if it was all in the WCD, what did you do to protect some sort of spillage of the shale or the soil or anything going from the wetland or going from the WCD into the wetland? Do you have barriers? Did you have bales? Did you have?
Right now, there's hay bales, silation controls, and hay spread out over, actually, on the hill, the grasses are already starting to grow back. I was just there the other day, because it's been sitting since November, December.
Okay, I noticed a lot of mulch there. Was that deposited there through a company that you ordered the mulch from?
No, that was there when I came to the property.
Okay, because that's a no-no too, because the mulch has so many chemicals, especially if it's colored, and that just, you don't want that going anywhere into the wetlands or...
There's nothing there anymore right now, it's just dirt. But those were wood chips from natural trees, not chemically treated or anything. They were shredded straight from the back of the truck and laid there. They were there just for where the dogs, go to the restroom.
Well, thank you.
Okay, Dennis has a question.
Question and then a second question. First one is, what's the width of the pad that's planned to go around the pool?
On the wetland side,
Yep.
minimum 4 feet,
Okay.
just enough to get around.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correct, we're talking a distance of 25 feet, so now 21 feet from the edge of the pad to the wetland, assuming your 25 feet is roughly accurate, which sounds reasonable. My understanding of WCD, and I'm the newest member of this group, and we did a site walk, and a conversation about WCD came up, and it was the best explanation I'd heard. WCD isn't an arbitrary thing to harass homeowners. It is an opportunity to filter ground contaminants before it gets to a wetland. That's the reason for the 50-foot WCD. So plantings, the description of no cut, that's all designed to have vegetation and trees there to filter water before it gets to the wetland and potentially pollutes that natural body of water. So what you're describing to me is you've now scarred out a hole, and I'm not trying to be judgmental.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You've scarred out a hole.
Yep.
To your point, there's no soil underneath it, it's rock.
Yes.
You're going to have an impervious pool. There's no way for anything to penetrate in the width and the length of that pool.
There is 20 ton of crushed stone that we put under there. That's part of the fill
That's
design.
not vegetation.
No,
it's not trees.
it's
But
not
my point
impervious.
is,
Yep.
to filtration to keep out contaminants. There is no opportunity. You now have a 21-foot area between what happens and the edge of that wetland. So you're asking us to help come up with a plan, and I would say, what's your recommendation that we could offset that impervious situation that's going to prevent filtration of contaminants on the outside edge of it? Because again, we're not trying to set an arbitrary, this isn't somebody saying, hey, let's create a 50-foot buffer so we can aggravate Mr. Accomando. That's not the whole, I mean, there is a reason why it exists. And we're trying to figure out, would love to hear a suggestion back from you. How can we get filtration? How do we achieve that when we've got right smack in the middle of it, down to crushed stone even? There's no way to get filtration in that area.
It would be, and again, I'm not an environmental scientist, but it would, I do put holes in the ground, that's what I do. That's, for lack of a better term.
I pick things up and I put them down.
Yeah, hopefully they hold water eventually. So, and I've done a lot of them in my lifetime. It would be my professional opinion as an excavator and a pool builder that there was very little filtration going on in that area at all. It was solid rock.
Hence the reason for the trees.
Correct. So
The 14 trees there.
I'm going there. One of the things that is pointed out in the NHDES report is the slope is still consistent with 2005. So the vegetation on the back end, and I know some of the pictures look a little crazy, but that was the slope. And at the bottom of the slope, we added the hay bales and silt fence so that, you know, at some point they go away. So that vegetation is still there. You know, I guess you'd add grass back where the grass was, around the pool. And then I would suggest following the original 2007 agreement and replacing those 14 trees.
So here's my last problem.
Yep.
Not everybody understands WCD. It's one of those things, it's kind of a mysterious deal. You buy this property in 2006, and I think it's understandable that you didn't understand the rules and regs around WCD. You do now. You were forced to do a remediation program to put 14 trees there. You, of anybody in this town, knows what a WCD is. And it just baffles me. And I understand the human error side of it. Human error enters into our existence every day. But we have a situation where it is so blindingly clear in the document that says no entrance into the WCD. And you know what a WCD is. That's what my problem is. And I'm not trying to be a jerk about this. I'm not trying to get in the way of a homeowner. But it just baffles me how somebody who knows what a WCD is and has a pool 21 feet now from the edge of a wetland, and it's problematic.
Okay,
One more?
no, so
Okay.
I'm gonna try to
ask me later.
I'm gonna try to channel Paul, our chairman, who was unable to be here tonight. So,
Channel?
yeah, I'm trying to channel him. I'm trying to say what I think he would say, and I agree with what it is, or I wouldn't be saying it.
What would Paul do?
All right,
Go with Paul.
I'm not looking at this case in too favorable of a way. You knew the construction was being done in the WCD because it was in an area that you already had to plant trees in 2007. The WCD, it's the protective area on your property that's adjacent to a substantial wetland. I understand that DES determined that a wetland was not disturbed during the construction. I want to give you credit for that. We don't want, that's the most important thing, that the wetland does not get disturbed, but the WCD was completely impacted for the installation of the pool. WCD, like Dennis just said, it has a specific purpose, which is to protect the wetlands in the town of Pelham. It's a no-cut, no-disturb zone, and when we leave vegetation in there, any kind of vegetation, the more fluffy or busy, like deeper grass, shrub, all that stuff is the best thing. But even grass is good, but it's not at all desirable by this board for it to just be grass. So the vegetation in the WCD, rainwater comes in, the water filters through the vegetation, the water gets clean, the vegetation prevents erosion and siltation washing into the wetlands. The slope on the back of this pool, there is no way if we get a big rain that that stuff's not running down that hill. Now, you've got the hay bales and you got the silt fence, but I have seen those silt fences get plowed over by sheets of mud in a strong storm, and your slope looks, I could be wrong, but it looks from the pictures to be at least as high as an average person, or it looks about 6 feet from the top of slope down into that wetland.
I believe that, again,
That's not out of
NHDS
the
will
realm.
confirm that. Yeah, no, I
It's not out of the realm of
agree.
possibility.
I agree.
And and it's like maybe a 1-to-1 or even less. That is a very steep slope coming off the back of there. Now, maybe that's how it was, but it doesn't in the photographs look like that's how it was, because it's a lot of loose dirt in there. But, you know, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt about that. So you had the action taken in 2007. You took the money to hire an environmental company, to draw up a plan. You replanted the area. WCD signs were visible on the trees, because we have pictures from 2007 with the tags, as you call them, the WCD placards on the trees. So I feel like you fixed the problem in 2007. I'll give you credit for that. We don't know, we don't have documentation to prove that you actually did everything, but I will grant you that. No further action was taken on you. It seemed to whatever you did seemed to, the compliance officer at the time seemed to be satisfied with. I totally give you credit, but my problem is that you went in after you knew it wasn't supposed to be done, and you went in afterwards. Now, kind of to what Dennis was saying. You've got the pool. You got to put the 4-foot deck on the side. You're going to need a fence further out than that. I don't want to speak for everybody else, but grass is not at all going to cut that, just planting grass over there on that outside of that fence. We've got the human error thing. I know this pool costs a lot of money. I know you've already probably spent a lot of that money. But the human error that was made during the installation and stuff, we can't really take that into consideration, I don't think. At least I am not taking that into consideration. I understand it, I sympathize with it, but our job is to look out for the environmental impacts of construction or whatever people are doing to the town. We're supposed to protect wetlands. You got it clearly on your permit. Be sure that the pool, apron, and all associated equipment and fencing remain outside of the wetland conservation district. So it's on your permit, it was on your application for your permit that Jen or someone from planning had written, make sure equipment stays out. So, I mean, I kind of don't know where to go from here. I also feel like perhaps you should tell us what you want to do with that area. Like, you're coming to us and asking us what are our recommendations for the area between the pool and the wetland to mitigate or whatever, but I kind of feel like, as Ken said, where is your plan to show us? Like, hey, we made this mistake, we did this not, we made this not right, but here's our plan on how to fix it. As opposed to coming to us and saying, well, how do you think we should fix it? Like, we want the most that can possibly be done, and I can't even, you guys are here to get our opinion, to hopefully, get us to write a recommendation to the zoning board of adjustment, which you have to go to get your after-the-fact variance. So, I mean, I don't know where to go from this. But no matter what we say, like, the zoning can do what they want. They can listen to us, or they can not, or they can go somewhere in between, or whatever. But I'm having a really hard time with this case, and I feel bad, because I know it's a nice pool, and it's already cost, I'm sure, a considerable amount of money, but I kind of don't know where to go with this.
And I guess our plan would be to recreate the 2007 plan from Beaverbrook Environmental. That would be.
I don't think that's going to be good enough.
Yeah,
Well, then I would guess maybe we need to get another plan from Beaverbrook.
That's kind of, I think, directionally.
Which is, I think that's kind of what we're saying, like, what I would say is the reason we're referencing 2007 is, will this satisfy, or do we need more? And if we need more, we need more.
We have to defend how we would deal with somebody else coming with a similar situation. Otherwise than that, there's no purpose in having a 50-foot setback, because
Understood.
if somebody's going to come in and say, hey, I made a mistake, I screwed up, I put the pool in the wrong place, forgive me for doing this, let me have my pool. We're going to have more of these kinds of things, and I'm not suggesting that there was any ill intent in any of this stuff, but it would seem to me, if you could get an environmental study that would say, what could you do in that limited amount of space that could overdrive filtration in a smaller space? That would be the direction I'd consider, but it's not up to us. Back to Karen's point, you need to be, here's what we're going to do to make it up, and going back to 2007 is not going to cut it, because there was no pool there. There was a 50-foot buffer, everything was cool. Now we don't have that 50-foot anymore, so somebody needs to do an environmental plan that says, this is what we can do, and this is what we think will replicate it, get as close as we could do to a normal 50-foot, if that makes any sense.
No, it does.
Karen?
Okay, all right, wait a minute, there's several people. Ken, why don't you go?
Okay, I guess the question is this was a business relationship, which I like to treat this as, there are certain responsibilities that the people involved in this process would take on. In other words, the pool's in the wrong place. Okay, who put it in the wrong place? Who's responsible for putting it in the right place? Okay? And now, if I was in a business environment, I'd be looking for, okay, who's going to pay for relocating the pool, as opposed to, let's see if we can keep the pool where it is, because clearly it doesn't belong where it is. So I'd like to go back and maybe take a look at who would be responsible for putting the pool in the right place, and the whole situation, the whole problem goes away. But what is the issue with, I see two groups coming here, the pool builder and the homeowner, saying, hey, we don't want to spend any money to put it in the right place. So I would think, from a litigation standpoint, somebody is responsible overall for putting it in the wrong place. I don't know what the contract is between the homeowner and the pool installer, but I would think that somebody is responsible for it's in the wrong place, and it should be moved and put in the right place according to what was taken out in the building permit. Simple, and then we don't have to worry about, how do we restore the WCD with a pool sitting in it? I don't know. We're looking at I think the wrong problem. The wrong problem isn't the WCD. The wrong problem is the pool got put in the wrong place. And somebody should be held accountable for putting the pool in the wrong place and fixing that.
To that point, I don't believe that, without removing the deck, I don't think the pool can go not in the WCD.
Then maybe it's a situation where the pool just doesn't fit.
looking at the plan.
I'm just saying, I mean, but in a normal business relationship, somebody messed up, and somebody should be held accountable. And if it can't be moved, then I guess that's a given. So we're looking at the WCD and saying, how can we go and accommodate this in the WCD? And there's reasons why the WCD is there, those have been explained. But in reality, putting the pool in the WCD, has been pointed out, is not a very good solution overall. So, you know, and again, the ZBA can do whatever, you know, we can make a recommendation and they can take and do what they want with it. But from a conservation perspective, and I speak only for myself, there isn't a good solution to, you got it in the WCD, you're going to take up a lot of space, you're going to disturb that area, you're not going to bring it back to where it was. And I just don't understand, and I'm hearing that, well, we'd have to take the deck off. Well, do you want a pool or a deck? Or you know, are we going to just take another compromise to a WCD in this town, which we tend to do more often than not? Don't know the answer. It's not a good answer no matter what.
Okay, are you good,
I'm
Ken?
done. Yes, thank you.
Okay, Brandy, did you have
Yes,
something?
thank you. I mean, as Karen said, I have a hard time with this. There was a mistake made. It's a big one. As Dennis said, at least for me, going back to the 2007 plan, putting in 11 trees, over on the side is not going to cut it for me. Something is going to have to be done in between the pool and the wetland if this pool is going to remain where it is. And I would agree that I would like to see a professional, environmental scientist assess the site and see how to best mitigate the issues that are going to be caused by having the pool in the WCD. I'm also very concerned that, you've stopped work on this pool, but it's not done. And if you get this variance, you're going to continue to disturb the WCD by bringing in more trucks to finish the pool, add some kind of, I assume, concrete or pavers or something like that around the pool, put in a fence of some variety. So we're looking at, what, 4, 6, 7 more feet of disturbance. We're getting awfully close to that wetland. And, I'm concerned you guys didn't put up any silt fence barriers, anything, until you were asked to do so, even though it was on the permit that you should do that during construction. So, there's going to be more impact as you complete this project. So I would like to know, A, what are you going to do to mitigate and lessen the impact as you complete the project? And B, then how are we going to go back and do what we can? You can't fix this mistake. It's not fixable unless you were to take out the pool, move it, and completely restore the site, which, I'm not asking you to do that. That doesn't sound like a reasonable thing to ask another, fellow citizen of Pelham. But it's a big mistake. So I would like to see a professional plan and include what you're going to do in the meantime as you complete the project.
Just to add to what you were saying, I'm not sure more area can be disturbed because I have a photo here that looks like the slope goes right down into the wetland, like just on the side of it. And the photos that DES took and the aerial ones where they put the toe of slope, it's very close to the wetland. So, and I don't know if you brought in a lot of fill and filled just kind of to where the yard ended originally, but all this stuff on the back side that goes down to the wetland, it's a very loose gravelly, and that entire slope, I mean, the whole entire thing would have to be planted with some kind of wetland adjacent type plants, or whatever, and then the slope itself, the top of the slope would have to be planted, and then into the yard from the slope would have to be planted. We're not talking 14 trees or whatever, we're talking hundreds of items of different sizes, of different types. Like Brandy said, you possibly need to hire somebody who does this type of work and come up with a plan that you're going to have a thick layer between the outside of the fence from the pool all the way to the wetland, that it will be completely full of shrubs, scrubby things, maybe perennial plants, all kinds of different stuff in there. But I'm not sure that that can be just fulfilled, like you just say, hey, I'm gonna go down to Home Depot and throw a few plants in here. It's gonna have to be like, and I'm still, even saying that, it indicates that I'm okay with this, I'm not okay with this. But just to give you something to think about, like when you come past us, when you have to go to zoning, you might want to figure out how you want to make a plan. Also, too, just before we go any further, let me open it to the public, because this is a public.
Karen,
Yep,
excuse me.
wait a second, Ken, wait a second, I'm opening it to the public.
Andrew has a question.
What, no, wait, you can ask again, I'll bring it back in a minute. I have to open it to the public, because this is a public meeting. There is no one here from the public. Seeing that there's no one here from the public, I'll bring it back to the board. But Ken, his attorney wants to speak.
Yes, that's what I'm
I think
trying
he
to
has his
acknowledge.
hand. Okay,
Yeah.
so,
That's what I was trying to acknowledge.
oh, I'm sorry. Yep, go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. Mr. Standick, thank you as well. Madam Chair, we hear you loud and clear. It is upon us to hire someone like Jim Gove, for example, a wetland soil scientist, to develop a plan. And we will do that, and we will come back to you with that plan as soon as humanly possible.
Okay.
I think that's a prudent course of action. I really do.
I think that's a prudent course of action, too. I still feel that that would be better than not doing that, but I'm only one person, but to my opinion, I can't, I'm not going to be able to recommend that ZBA give this variance. Like, even if you do this work, which this work will have to be done, whether I agree or not, it's going to have to be done because zoning is going to need to see a good faith effort to recreate as much of this as possible. So I don't want to give the false impression that if you come back with a plan and it's got this great planting scheme and all that, that I'm going to now be like, oh, all right, we'll recommend this to zoning, because that's not where I'm at. And I want you to understand that right up front.
We do.
Okay, and I'm not sure how other members feel either, so I can't speak for them, I'm just speaking for myself.
I don't think you want us to vote tonight.
Correct.
I think give us something to vote on.
Who said correct? Who said correct?
I said yes, I agree with you, Karen. This is Ken Stanvick.
You agree with me, or you agree with Dennis?
I agree that we should not vote tonight, but I
Okay.
agree with your position as well.
Okay.
I do have one other question to ask.
Okay, go ahead. Ken, go.
Question, what type of filtration system is this pool going to have? Is it going to be a DE filtration, or is it planned to be a sand filter?
It is a cartridge filter, no backwash.
No backwash, okay, that was a question. Thank you.
Okay, Louise, do you have something?
I think what we're not talking about also is, what's the landscaping like around the pool that's in the wetlands? Do you have lawns around your house? I mean, do you have a lawn that you fertilize? Is there any other landscaping around the
The
pool?
backyard is just, well, right now it's dirt, everything was just grass, and we had planned on
Yeah.
the trees and then doing grass all around
Shouldn't be
it.
doing anything with grass now, because if you want to fertilize, that's a no-no.
Right now, nothing's going to be done
Any
until
of
this is
the,
worked
you
out.
know, yeah, so that could wash right into the wetlands too.
Okay, so I don't know if anybody, I'm just gonna throw this out there, feels that that we should try to do a site walk on this, or should we just, allow them the time to contact someone who can do a planting scheme, who can,
In the interest of time, I think we've seen all the pictures. I think we've got a pretty good picture of what it looks like.
Right.
In the interest of not delaying them any longer than necessary, put the onus back on them to try to get the environmental signage that you need to get that will help put a plan together. And it could be comprehensive. Maybe he makes a suggestion about paver, I'm making it up, pavers instead of concrete. What, on that side might help you. I don't know. But a comprehensive plan that helps it, so that we don't delay you. Because if we do a sidewalk, that's going to add some time to it.
True.
And it's sitting for a long time. We don't want to jerk it around any longer than this has been held up. But again, to Karen's point, it's not a slam dunk. This is going to have to be a good plan that's going to come back, that's going to help us get to the point where we can make a recommendation to.
And
So-
I think the sooner we stabilize permanently the area, the better.
got it.
yeah, that's gonna have to get done,
That's
no matter what is
Without
done.
a plan, no matter what
That
it is.
has to be
It's just
done.
kind of sitting there right now.
I think you know what needs to be done.
So just to add to that, if we think at some point after we see this plan, we are going to need a site walk, we should do it now so that we're not holding them up. Because if we have to see a plan at the next meeting and then do a site walk and then they have to come back, that delays it even more. So if anybody thinks that we need a site walk, I would recommend that we do that before we see them, and before we see their plan.
So can we take an official vote on no sidewalk?
we
Make a
can.
recommendation at this point that we don't need a sidewalk?
You know, Karen, Paul had said that he cannot do a sidewalk till after the, till after the 30th.
Right, but I don't think we
We're not gonna
can't,
wait for-
yeah,
not gonna
no,
wait for him to
we can't
Sidewalk.
do that, but, okay, so
We
we
vote
can,
not to have a sidewalk?
that statement?
wait, too many people are talking. What is it, Ken?
I say, can we vote that we do not need a site walk based upon what we've seen for evidence presented to us today?
Well, if we don't want a site walk, we don't have to even, Brandy was just
Well,
putting it out, I was just putting it out there, then Brandy was just putting it out there.
I don't-
If anybody wants to see a site walk, then they can make a motion. Does anybody want to do a site walk? And they will have to make a motion to see the site, walk the site.
I'll make a motion, we go do a site walk.
Okay. Second?
Take it for a vote.
Do we have a second?
Nope.
No? Okay, so I don't think, I think the photos show enough. Unfortunately, they show it in a negative light. So,
So what are we encouraging them to do?
I would say that what Dennis was saying, work with someone who's gonna really dig into this and do the best you can to have a good planting scheme. Like I said, want to be right up front, I don't think, no matter what that planting scheme is, I'm going to be able to recommend this to zoning. Because the WCD, it's the 50-foot buffer. Our whole mission is environmental stuff and keeping the 50-foot buffer. So it's kind of going against our own mission of protecting the wetlands, protecting the environments. Obviously, we'd like to see a terrific planting scheme rather than this, than this slope that's all dirt, you know? It's gotta be something done about that. But I don't want to give you false hope that we're gonna all be like, oh, hey, great, that looks good, we're all on board. I'm probably not going to be on board.
Can I just make one suggestion?
Brandy?
Please include as part of your plan, no matter what happens, that the WCD markers are put back on all of the trees on the outer edge of the WCD. All of them. That could have prevented this entire thing had that been done in 2007. We wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I don't know about, I mean,
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that if those markers had been there and everybody said, whoa, we have to stop and ask a question, that we wouldn't be here. And I hope that's true. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. So let's not make it so you have to come back here a third time in a few years. Please.
does anybody have anything else?
Nope.
Okay, I guess that's the best.
Andrew
that's the
has his
best-
hand up.
Wait, Ken?
Andrew has his hand
I'm
up.
sorry, I'm leaving you out, go ahead.
It's hard to
Go ahead, Mr. Perlman.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I thank the board for your consideration. This is, obviously a difficult case. I work a lot in real estate. I know how busy contractors are and wetland soil scientists are. I would recommend the board continue to a date certain from 2 months out from this hearing, putting you out to the June hearing.
You'd
I
like
just
to,
don't realistically think we're going to be able to get a wetland soil scientist hired to the site, come up with a plan for your May meeting.
you would
Don't you, but
like,
I-
you're requesting at this time to be on the June meeting.
I would like to be on the May meeting, but realistically, it's just not going to happen. So I
just
think June is
notify
more
us.
appropriate.
Okay, I mean, we can send you a notice. We don't, we don't do date specify or whatever, that's not part of, this board's, the way this board does things, but I can certainly, notify you to come to the June meeting. I can even, I mean, I assume that you'll be wanting to be in touch to some degree with us, or other people in planning, or that type of deal, and we keep close contact with them, so if you happen to be ready by May, I mean, as long as we know about a week out or so, or.
Okay, that's fine. I
That's
appreciate
fine,
that. I'm used to planning and zoning boards where we do a date certain.
Yeah.
So in that case, why don't you keep us on the May agenda, and if we're not going to make it, we'll let you know. And if we are going to make it, we'll get a plan to you before the hearing.
That sounds good.
Send the
Yes.
plan before the meeting.
Yes, we would like a plan of some sort prior to the meeting and not one day. I mean,
Sure.
I know planning requires like 10 days. We do not require 10 days, but I don't want 1 day. I don't want 2 days. I want as
None.
close to 10 days as I can get, even though it's not, the legal standard that it has to be 10 days. Do you know what I'm saying? Just so that we have
Absolutely.
time to review, because, I mean, I think we got a pretty good lay of the land tonight, but we want to see things ahead of time. It helps us formulate questions and, that type of deal, so if it could
Understood.
be, okay,
Thank you.
okay, thank you. So I guess that's it. We're not going to vote on this tonight. I feel you might get a less favorable opinion tonight than if you do this work and come back, and you might convince a few people, Okay, so, and then you need to talk to zoning too and see what they want and what they're up to.
Sure.
Don't let that slide off.
Thank you.
Will do.
I'm good with the extension. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I guess we're all set.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys coming in, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Walking?
wait a minute. I'm reading my notes, I'm reading my cheat sheet. I gotta make sure I don't forget anything.
Minutes.
Yes.
That was my job, minutes.
Okay, all right, I said thank you. I even wrote that down on the sheet to make sure. Okay, so walk-in items, does anybody have walk-in items?
I have,
Louise has a walk-in item.
yeah, this one will be real quick.
Go ahead,
It's
Louise.
just that next week is Earth Day. April 22nd is an annual event. And this year, the theme is Restore Our Earth. That's in well with tonight's meeting, doesn't it? Restore Our Earth. Anyway, the recommendations are for families to try to, go plant a tree or a butterfly, hummingbird bush, do some trail walking, start a garden, and use some eco-friendly cleaning materials and recycle, focus on recycling your paper, your plastic, and also not to do it just for one day. And then, just because Earth Day is April 22nd, it's a year-round, event if you're concerned about planet Earth. And I found this today when I was at the town clerk's office. I thought it was so cute. So it says here, I poop, you scoop. Get it?
So it's a dog, explain it,
Yeah,
Louise, that's not a person, that's a dog.
Oh, no, it's a dog. It says here, Pelham, New Hampshire, it's the Clean Water Initiative. Every drop, small changes, big differences. So if you have a dog, always carry a plastic bag when you walk your dog, always pick up the poop, dispose of it in a trash can, never put darn bag waste in a storm drain. Take the pledge to tell your town you're making a difference. So this goes along with Earth Day, and it's, it's good for the environment also. And in case you think of buying a butterfly bush or a hummingbird bush is costly, here's a packet of burpee seeds for $1.99, and they're mixed flowers that attract hummingbirds and butterflies. And last but by no means least, if you want to make a donation to the National Wildlife Federation, you can, for children, if you plant the seeds or a bush, and you write to them, they'll send you a wildlife habitat sign for your yard. Kids might like that, have that in the yard. It says, because of the owner's conscientious planning, landscaping, and sustainable gardening, wildlife will find quality habitat here, food, water, cover, and places to raise their young. And I just wanted to bring that up because our next meeting will be in May, and the focus on Earth Day will, hopefully will continue all year round, but, yeah.
Thank you, Louise. Brandy, do you have any walk-in item?
I do not.
Dennis?
Nope.
Al? Ken, do you have any walk-in items?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, can we vote, I have no walk-in items either. Can we vote on the minutes from March 10th?
I wasn't here, so I can't vote.
I also was not here.
I sent them
Do you have enough
everyone
people to vote on them?
back. Let me just find them here. So I can say exactly what it is. Oh, gosh. Okay, Louise sent me a couple of corrections, which I can go do. They had typos and misspellings and
Yeah,
stuff like
but I just
that.
want to mention that you do such a wonderful job,
Oh, no, I want it to be
So much
said,
writing, so
because
much to do.
after we vote on them, they're made public, and then I don't want to have a bunch of stuff that doesn't make sense, you know what I mean? Typos and all that. So tell me, don't think I don't want to know. So the meeting of 3:10, Dennis, Brandy, and Carol were not here, so the rest of us can vote on this. How many of us are here?
1, 2,
Ken,
3,
Louise,
4.
myself, and Al. Okay, so there's 4 of us, we can approve it with 4.
I would like to make a motion that we accept the minutes for the What was the date
It
for March?
was 3/10/21, the, well, these are the meeting minutes, yeah, meeting.
Second.
Okay, so,
Dennis?
Randy, we need to do a roll call. Okay, all
Got it.
right, yep,
All right.
go ahead, roll call.
Dennis Hogan, abstain?
Yes,
Abstain.
Al Stewart?
Yes.
I'm here.
Karen McKay?
Yes.
Louise Delahanty?
Yes.
Ken Stanvic?
Yes.
And Brandy Shido abstain.
Randy and Dennis abstain.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we also have to vote on, we had a non-public session. Where the heck did I put that? We had a non-public session at our last meeting, and we have to vote on that too. Those minutes will not be made public unless we vote to make them public later on. Oh, where the heck did I put it? All right, well, we have to vote on the non-public minutes. I can't find them. I don't know where. Oh, here they are. Oh, they're right here, exactly where they're supposed to be. Okay, so, I think the same people were absent, so can we get a motion on the non-public meeting minutes?
I move we accept them.
I second. Oh, Louise still.
Okay.
Okay, Brandy, can you do the roll call again?
Dennis Hogan?
Abstain?
Al Stewart?
Yes.
Karen McKay?
Yes.
Louise Delahanty?
Yes.
Ken Stanvic?
Yes.
And Brandy Shido abstain.
Okay, perfect. Okay, okay, so we just have to left to adjourn. Can I get a motion for
I motion.
someone to adjourn?
Second?
All right.
Adjourn.
Dennis Hogan?
Yes.
Al Stewart?
Yes.
Karen McKay?
Yes.
Louise Delahanty?
Yes.
Ken Stanvic?
Yes.
Brandy Shido, yes.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks, everybody.
and planning can pick at it. That was my hope. I think planning can do a whole lot better at cutting it down than zoning could.
You chose not to continue?
Oh, yeah, we'd try to make it good, you know?
Yep.
Yeah,
Go
try to make
every
it
3 years
work.
in front of the
Yeah, and
board
you
of
could
selectmen,
cut
you
down
vote
units, you could.
All right, everybody, welcome to the April session of the Pelham ZBA. We'll start our meeting as we always do with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Matt, would you read the roll call?
Dave Hennessy.
Here.
Matthew Hopkinson, here. Peter McNamara.
Here.
Jim Bergeron.
Here.
Joe Passamonte.
Here.
John Westwood, not here. Karen Plumley, not here. Jeff Ciara.
Here.
David Wing. Here. Jennifer Beauregard.
Here.
Jordan Isabel.
Here.
We're going to start this meeting off with an election of officers, but before we do, I just want to say a quick word that of thanks to Bill Kearney, who's been chairman, I don't know, 8 years, 7 years, something like that. And I thought he was a terrific chair. I thought he added a lot to the board, and I'll miss him personally. I also want to welcome Joe Passamonte on as a permanent member, as a full member of the board. So, welcome.
Thank you.
I need to read this checklist to ensure meetings are compliant with the right to know law during this state of emergency, and then we're going to go into nomination, election of officers. As chair, I was vice chair. Bill is no longer on the board, so I'm taking that spot for now until we have our election. As chair of the zoning board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there is a physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, some participants will participate remotely, which was authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by telephone, with additional access possibilities by video or other electronic means. We are utilizing Zoom for this electronic meeting. All members of the board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting through dialing the following phone number: 646-558-8656. Meeting ID 821-6737-1852 and password 266151. Or, much simpler, by clicking on the following website address: zoom.us. HTTPS, but zoom.us. Please provide your first and last name to the attendant. B, providing public notice of the necessary information for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing the meeting, including how to access the meeting using Zoom or telephonically. Instructions have also been provided on the website of the board of the ZBA on Pelham.New Hampshire at www.pelhamweb.com on the planning department page. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem accessing, please call 603-508-3089. That is 603-508-3089, or email at jgreenwood, GREENWOOD, @pelhamweb.com. D, adjourn the meeting if the public is unable to access the meeting. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. So at the meeting, we've taken a roll call attendance. With each member, we have no members online, so all members of this board are here in person, so this isn't a problem. Okay, first order of business is election of officers. I need nominations for chair, vice chair, and secretary. Could I have a motion to nominate somebody for chair?
Mr. Chairman, Jim Bergeron, could I make a motion to nominate David Hennessy for chair of the Board of Adjustment?
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that, Peter McNamara.
Are there any other nominations? I will accept. All those in favor, please state aye. We'll go around the table.
Matthew Hopkinson, aye.
I'll vote for myself.
McNamara, aye.
Jim Bergeron, aye.
Joe Passamonte, aye.
Could I have a nomination for vice chair?
Mr. Chairman, could I also nominate for vice chair Peter McNamara, please?
I would like to second that.
Are there any other nominations for vice chair? Hearing none, we go around the table again.
Matthew Hopkinson, aye.
Dave Hennessy, aye.
McNamara, I guess aye.
Jim Bergeron, aye.
Joe Passamonte, aye.
And finally, a nomination for secretary.
Mr. Chairman, once again, if you wouldn't mind, could please nominate Mr. Matt Hopkinton for secretary?
I'll second that nomination.
All right, we'll go around the other ways. Joe?
Joe Passamonte, aye.
Jim Bergeron, aye.
McNamara, aye.
Dave Hennessy, aye.
Hopkinson, aye.
Well, that was easy and painless. Okay. Thank you all, and we'll continue going forward. Could I have a motion to approve the minutes from March 8th? We need the motion to approve, a second, and then we can have any adjustments or discussions.
After we vote to
Yes.
approve? I'll move to approve.
Well, this is just a motion to approve, put it on the table.
Fine, motion to approve, I have one.
Yeah. And is there a second?
I second that.
Before we take the vote, are there any changes?
I just have one on line 145, and it's picky, but the line reads, "Opportunity for the DEV of workforce housing." It should be development, but that's the only thing I have.
For the development of workforce housing. Any other changes?
Mr. Chairman, just a housekeeping issue. I'm not sure. This would probably be better answered by Mr. Wing. On the Montero, James, and Shelley case, 62 Arlene, Mr. Wing, did you recall?
I did not vote on that one.
Okay, so that, I believe, Mr. Chairman, I would have been back on at that moment, and I believe I did hear testimony on that case.
What page is that?
That is line number 227, page 5. It's just a change of the name from, it doesn't change anything, it's just Mr. Wing, it'll be Mr. Bergeron.
All right, can we make that change? Thank you. All those in favor of approving the minutes as amended?
Aye.
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 Abstain.
Okay, the minutes have been approved. That is a roll call vote.
Yeah, sort of. There were no names.
Hopkinson, aye.
Hennessy, aye.
McNamara, aye.
Bergeron, aye.
Passamonte, abstain.
Okay. Minutes have been approved. On the agenda, as is our wont, we often will change the order of meetings. I know a lot of people are here for the case that's listed one, the rehearing on Balaka. I will entertain a motion to take the second application on the basis it'll be much quicker, and we can be dispensed with that, and that's the Pelham Realty Group. Is there anyone who'd like to make that motion?
So moved. McNamara. Seconded, Jim Bergeron.
All those in favor, and roll call.
Hopkinton, aye.
Hennessy, aye.
McNamara, aye. Bergeron, aye.
Passamonte, aye.
Bill, this is hearing Z0-2021-00010, Pelham Realty Group. I believe that the attorney for the applicant is online. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And your name, sir?
My name is Jeffrey Christensen. I represent the applicant in this matter.
And you are on Zoom, obviously. Are you alone?
I'm alone in the room. However, Jay Lord, who also represents the applicant, Michael Rock, on behalf of Hannaford Bros, is with me as well.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to explain why you're here?
Dave, you want the abutters?
Oh, the abutters list, I'm sorry. I can tell I'm very rusty on this.
Doing a
We
perfect
have,
job.
the abutters are law offices of Christopher Diagazio, 8 Cedar Street, Suite 45, Woburn, Massachusetts. Hazel A. LeGride trustee, Hazel A. LeGride Trust, 2 Settlers Way, Pelham, New Hampshire. Caracca LLC, 49 Atwood Road, Suite 1, Pelham, New Hampshire. Earl McGee, Cynthia Jewell, 13 Livingston Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Francis M. and Joanne Fiera, 11 Livingston Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Laura L. Burke, 9 Livingston Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Louis M. and Donna M. Miller, 7 Livingston Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Lee N. Taking, Franklin Ping, 6 Livingston Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Barbara J. Bowman, Dennis B. Rooney, 2 Stevens Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jeffrey P. and Eleanor Hewson, 3 Livingston Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. PRG Development, LLC, CO, Rubicon Real Estate, LLC, 1 Washington Street, Suite 3300, Wellesley, Massachusetts, 02481. Nicholas Dimitro, 125 Bridge Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Town of Pelham, 6 Village Green, Pelham, New Hampshire. East Coast Commercial Real Estate, 135 Bridge Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Enterprise Bank and Trust, 139 Bridge Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Belgarian Corp., 151 Bridge Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. ARC CBPMLNH001, CO Ryan, 155 Bridge Street, Pelham, New Hampshire.
Is there anyone whose name was not read and who has a statutory interest or is a statutory abutter to the property? Is there anyone whose name was not read, who has a statutory interest or is a statutory abutter to the property? Hearing none. Attorney, would you proceed? Tell us why you're here.
Yes, thank you very much. So this relates to the Hannaford location on 150 Bridge Street. The overall proposal here is to redesign the signage on the store. That's all this relates to, is just the signs. There's 2 purposes for this redesign. The first being to generally update and modernize the existing signage, and the second is to add the new Hannaford To Go sign that supports the new To Go service. For those that do not know, Hannaford To Go service is a online order. You show up and pick up your groceries rather than wandering through the store and collecting them yourself. It's an added convenience for Hannaford's customers, and it's particularly important right now with social distancing and the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. So that is the second sign that's being changed here. Overall, there's 3 total changes to the signage and placards. The first is expanding the existing sign that says Hannaford to include the descriptor supermarket. The second is to move the existing welcome placard that is over one entrance to the different entrance, and then replace the welcome placard with the Hannaford To Go sign over that first entrance. The application contains plans and drawings of the proposal. The first page is the existing signage, it's just a picture of the existing signage, and the second 2 pages are the plans for those signs that are being proposed. The change to the primary sign and the addition of the Hannaford To Go sign. The reason that we are here for the variance is because the ordinance as written does not necessarily allow for these proposed signs. The existing primary sign is, let me back up a little bit. The ordinance limits any wall sign to be 50 square feet in size. The existing main Hannaford sign is already over that 50 square foot. It's an existing non-conforming use. Because adding that supermarket descriptor will increase the size, albeit only somewhat, it's a 15 square foot approximately increase, so overall a fairly small relative amount, but that small increase does require a new variance. Separately, there is a limitation on the number of wall signs for a building. Adding the Hannaford To Go sign would therefore put us above that limit, and we need a variance from that section as well. The 2 sections are 307-72-1, that's what limits the size of the sign, and 307-69-1A6, which limits the number of the wall sign. And just as a clarification in the ordinance, sometimes those are referred to as Chapter 307, sometimes they're 309. I suspect that's a clerical error in the ordinance, but if you see a different reference in the application, that's why. The written application that we have submitted goes through all of the various elements for a variance in detail, one at a time. To save the board's time here and for the sake of brevity, I'm really only going to touch on the highlights. That being said, I'm happy to answer questions on any of the elements. As I mentioned before, with me is Jay Lord, who can answer any questions that I can't answer about the specific details of the proposal.
Attorney, I appreciate your appeal to brevity, but the practice of this board is to go through the 5 criteria and have the applicant read them into the record.
For clarity, when you say read them into the record, are you asking me to read them out loud?
Yes, I know.
Okay. Well, in some cases, read into the record is simply a legal term that doesn't actually require them to be read. In some cases, people do actually want it.
Well,
so I just wanted that clarification.
I'll take the spirit of the board. What's your feelings?
Unmuted, right?
We read into the record everything, typically.
We've had everything read in. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that under this situation where so many people are zooming in, it would be good to hear it, not just read it. I mean, when I say read, submit the written work, I'd rather hear it myself.
I'm sorry, I think we need to hear it.
All right, I am happy to do so if that's what the board would like. So I will start from the beginning. Some of this is going to be a little bit redundant, and I apologize for that. Maple Rock LLC, the applicant, is the agent for Hannaford Bros. Co., Hannaford, in connection with the supermarket at the southerly end of the northern building, which we refer to as the building, in the shopping center located at 150 Bridge Street in Pelham.
Let me interrupt you, right? We don't need to hear you read the entire application, just the 5 criteria. Just the 5 criteria.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So I will skip ahead to the authorization of the variance will not be contrary to the public interest. It is in the public interest for signage on commercial properties to be visible and informative. The proposal will benefit the public by providing more information than the current signs, as well as facilitating and directing traffic of customers using the to-go service, thereby improving the safety of the public. The building is part of the shopping center comprised of several commercial and retail businesses. These businesses share common parking areas. As a result, the size of the signs must be sufficient to clearly distinguish the Hannaford location from the other businesses in the shopping center and be discernible at a distance by drivers on Bridge Street and customers parked or shopping in other areas of the shopping center. For example, because the parking area of the shopping center is, by necessity, fairly large, the building is set far back from Bridge Street. Therefore, the primary sign must be large enough to be visible both from the distance of Bridge Street itself and from other areas of the large parking lot. The redesign of the primary sign serves two purposes. First, the redesign replaces the older sign with a newer, more modern, and aesthetically pleasing sign. This not only improves the appearance of Hannaford itself, but improves the appearance of the shopping center and Pelham as a whole. Second, the redesign involves a small expansion of the sign to provide more informative branding, i.e. the inclusion of the supermarket descriptor. If the applicant were unable to increase the size of the primary sign to include the additional descriptor, the Hannaford name itself would have to be reduced. This would adversely affect visibility and as a result impair pedestrian traffic in the parking area and create a public safety risk. Additionally, the expansion of the Hannaford business to include the to-go service creates a benefit to the residents of Pelham and the surrounding area, particularly in light of the recent and ongoing health crisis. The to-go sign is necessary for the effective provision of the to-go service. Without a clearly identified location for the to-go service, those customers would either have to enter the store with all regular customers and then wander around looking for a location to pick up their groceries, defeating the entire point of the to-go service. Having the to-go service at a separate, clearly marked entryway allows those customers to quickly and conveniently collect their groceries and be on their way without unnecessary exposure or congestion of the pedestrian traffic. Therefore, the proposal supports the public interest and is not contrary to it. On the second element, the granting of a variance will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the ordinance. The purposes of the sign regulations in the zoning ordinance include protecting against the detrimental impact on the visual character of the community and on transportation safety. In particular, the zoning ordinance is intended to allow signs that, quote, give information and directions, end quote, and, quote, build the image of business and industry, end quote, as well as, quote, complementing the character of the zoning district land use. And that site is from the Article 9, Section 307-66-1 of the ordinance. The proposal will increase the visibility within the shopping center, promoting public safety and convenience of the inhabitants of Pelham and the surrounding area. Renewing and revitalizing the appearance of the signage on the building will actually prevent the potential detrimental impact on the visual character of the community that could result from continuing to use older signs without any rehabilitation. In this way, the proposal builds the image of business and industry and complements the character of the commercial uses in the district. The building is large in an area dedicated to commercial purposes where this sort of signage, especially when it is renewed and updated, supports the appearance of a vibrant business community, improving the overall economic character of the area. Moreover, by including the additional supermarket descriptor in the primary sign and adding the to-go sign to the building, the proposal improves the information and directions provided to the public. The to-go sign specifically will enable the beneficial expansion of services provided by Hannaford, i.e. the to-go service, benefiting the health and welfare of the customers and the general public. Accordingly, the proposal will be consistent with the overall spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance. On the third element, authorization of a variance will result in substantial justice. The harm to Hannaford of strict enforcement of the zoning ordinance will far outweigh any benefit to the public in this case. There would be no benefit to the public by preventing the installation of more informative, more visible, aesthetically renewed signs. Nor will there be any benefit to the public by preventing Hannaford from effectively offering the to-go service. At the same time, denying the application would harm Hannaford by preventing it from updating the signage on the building to be more informative and visible, and prevent it from offering a useful and desirable service to its customers. Balancing this loss against the little to no public benefit in strict enforcement of the zoning ordinance in this case clearly shows that granting the application will result in substantial justice. 4, authorization of a variance will not diminish the value of surrounding properties. The proposal will have little, if any, impact on the overall character of the area. The increase in size of the primary sign is small and likely unnoticeable to anyone not already aware of it. The to-go sign is a relatively small sign that is visually consistent with the other signs on the building and in the other commercial businesses in the area. Moreover, renewing and updating the aesthetic appearance of the signage on the building will be beneficial to the neighborhood as a whole. Renewing the signage and expanding the services offered by Hannaford contribute to the overall appearance and economic vitality of the shopping center as one of, if not the anchor store in the shopping center. The increased visibility of its signage and increased commercial activity resulting from the to-go service would benefit the whole shopping center and the surrounding area. If anything, the proposal would enhance rather than diminish the value of the surrounding properties. Finally, 5, literal enforcement of the provisions of the zoning ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship owing to the unique conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area. The first element of this is that the proposed use is reasonable. The proposal is reasonable for the size of the building and the surrounding area. The increase in size of the primary sign is relatively small and likely to go unnoticed by the general public. The to-go sign is reasonably sized, being far less than the maximum of 50 square feet, and is reasonably placed just above the entryway to maximize its utility while minimizing any adverse visual impact to the area. Limiting the size and number of signs permitted on the building to the requirements of the zoning ordinance would significantly impair the visibility of the signs and therefore the safety of the public traveling and shopping in the shopping area. Likewise, restricting the ability of Hannaford to update and modify the signage prevents the modernization of the aesthetic appearance of the building, impacting not only Hannaford's use of the property, but the aesthetic value of the surrounding area as well. Furthermore, preventing the installation of the to-go sign would impair the ability to effectively offer the to-go service, which would be a detriment not only to Hannaford, but to the public in Pelham and the surrounding area. Finally, the property is surrounded by other commercial or retail locations, all of which have similar size signs. The increased size of the primary sign is necessary and reasonable given Hannaford's role as the anchor store in the shopping center. The proposal would therefore be consistent with the surrounding neighborhood and abutting properties and would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. B, no fair and substantial relationship exists between the general public purposes of the zoning ordinance and the specific application to the property. In this case, there is no fair and substantial relationship between the general purposes of the zoning ordinance and restriction on the size or number of signs in light of the particular and unique characteristics of the property and the surrounding area. The zoning ordinance recognizes the importance of signs to provide efficient and effective communication by providing information and directions to the general public regarding the location and availability of a given commercial activity. Cited from the ordinance, Article 11, Section 307, 66(1). The proposed signs are consistent with this very purpose by supporting and directing customers to the to-go service and improving the utility and aesthetics of the signs on the building. The harms to the zoning ordinance seeks to prevent, i.e. hazards to traffic and adverse visual impacts on community character, based on ordinance Article 11, Section 307, 66(1), are not relevant here. As mentioned above, the proposal is consistent with the area and the commercial uses thereof. Moreover, given the importance of the proposed signs to directing to-go service customers to the appropriate location, the proposal will prevent, not create, hazards to traffic. Denying the application would serve no rational purpose in these circumstances. Having said all of that, I'm happy to answer any questions of the board. otherwise, I think that's all covered.
Thank you for your patience, Attorney Christensen. We appreciate it.
Of course.
Would you like to expand on anything before we start with questions?
I'm happy to take questions.
All right. Any members of the board, any questions on the application? Jeff?
Yes, Jeff, are there any other Hannafords renewed and redesigned yet?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite understand the question.
Are there any other Hannaford signs that you have redesigned and renewed yet? Or is this the first one?
On this building or at
any other
Hannaford
Hannaford?
locations generally?
And locations generally?
Yes.
This is
Other locations are undergoing a similar redesign.
Any other questions from the board? Before I open up to the public, Attorney, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, that's it.
All right, is there anyone who'd like to speak up in favor of this application? Anyone who'd like to speak up in favor of this application? Online, is there anyone who would like to speak up in favor of this application?
Yes.
Attorney Christensen? I'm sorry, Attorney, Mr. Lord, is that you?
No, that's not me.
Okay,
Hello,
yes.
it's Chris Waterworth.
Okay,
online.
thank you, Chris. Go ahead.
No, I think everything that they laid out makes a lot of sense, and I would be in favor of them being allowed to do this.
Chris, would you just speak your name again and your address?
Chris Waterworth, 77 South Shore Drive.
Thank you. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you, that's all.
Thank you for speaking up. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition or has questions about this application? Online, is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition or has a question about this application? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any final words, Attorney?
Unless there are any other questions from the board, I think we've covered it.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Any comments, questions before we go into the vote? Anything?
Only that, Mr. Chairman, that I think the applicant has met the criteria, requirements of the criteria. He's laid it out pretty concisely. I've seen, to Jeff's question, I've seen that Hannaford to go sign in another store, and it's relatively innocuous.
Yeah.
So,
Any other comments?
Well, with that being said, too, I think that having big clear signs where Pelham probably has the most foot traffic and car traffic, and helping people direct where they should be going, and so people aren't squinting their eyes while they're driving and so forth. I mean, I think it's a public safety matter as well.